Good evening, everybody. How are we this evening? Hello, hello. Welcome to Satisfactory in VR. Now, is all my settings working correctly? I don't know if my auto stabilization is working. That's going to be a pain. Let me just sneak a peek. Where's it gone? It's not running. That's why it's not running. Okay, let's try that. How goes it? It goes a bit rough at the moment, Russ. Thank you for asking. Croy, hello, welcome. Russ and Croy in the chat, bright and early. Well, it's not so early where Russ is. It's a bit later in the evening there. And Croy would be, is it midday over there, Croy? Lunchtime-ish over in Europe, or is it still morning time? I've been getting over a cold. I came down with possibly the flu, actually right at the end of the last stream on last Friday. I exited the stream went fine, and then I had a really bad sore throat and sinuses kind of exploding. So I've been sick most of the last week, and I'm not fully over it, which is part of the reason I didn't stream last night. Normally I would stream on a Friday, but I was exhausted, so I'm feeling a bit better today, so we'll see how we go. My voice might be a bit croaky and I might cough a bit, but I will try not to overwhelm you with spluttering or anything like that. So we'll see how we go. Yeah, so I'm keen to get back into this. We finished the Steel Factory last time, and let's go do a bit of a recap from what we did last time. Thanks, Croy. Thanks, Russ. Let's head over to the blue crater. Now I've tweaked my audio settings a bit, so oops, and I always miss that. I'm still a bit tired, so I might be making more mistakes tonight. I've changed my audio monitoring a bit, so I'm hearing the game sound direct this time rather than hearing it through the stream. So hopefully you can hear the game audio, because I can't tell if you're hearing it or not because I'm not monitoring it currently. So here's the Steel Factory we finished last time. We worked on that for 5 streams, so it took a while. And we also built our first, what are they called? We'll get there. I can copy it, it'll tell me. Geothermal generator. My very first geothermal generator. I have over 2,000 hours in the game, and I've built one for the very first time. You wondered about last night? Yes, yeah, I was just too exhausted. You can get viruses on the internet. Thanks, Croy, I'll be careful. So this is the Steel Factory. So it's kind of got multiple sections. We're making heavy encased beams there, pipes there, normal beams there, stators there, and up the back we're making motors. So let's have a quick look inside before we get stuck into the new projects. Can I make it? Can I make it? Oh, no, missed it. Don't worry. I made an access door down here for just this purpose. Except I think I removed the staircase. No, it's still here. Okay, I still need to do a bit more sign work here, but we have the foyer in here. I need to put more lights in as well. So this is where all the finished materials come. So we do have storage bins hiding behind here. So if we need a lot of something, we can come raid it. It also feeds into the dimensional depot. So all these materials are now accessible from here if we need them. So up through here, we've got the different factory wings. Up here, we've got a blueprint factory making the encased beams. Let's turn my flashlight on. And then in the middle section here, we have some vertical manifolds making the pipes in this section and the beams in this section. And then over here, we've got some more blueprint factories. This one's making stators. And we have 2 stacked blueprint factories here making motors, which is why that's such a tall thing. And we've still got some building scaffolding in here, so there's a bit of cleaning up, but it's got walls all the way around, which is, you know, that's a milestone for my usual building practice. Parkour and climbing is amazing and satisfactory. Having climbing up surfaces might be interesting. We've already got some parkour though. So that's the steel factory, and I'm not going to go into this again tonight. I think it's... Ooh, I think I missed some windows there. We'll ignore that. I want to crack on to the next project, and the next project is... What do they call it? Versatile frameworks. Let me just head back to HQ. Still using the old zip line to get around. It's still pretty quick. Now let's check how the doggos are going. Let's see if they've been out hunting while I've been away. Hey boy, Timmy, I haven't seen you in a week and you don't have anything? That's very odd. George has been out hunting. He's been hunting spitters. Ooh, turbo motors scratched. Nice, nice. I guess jumping and sliding count. I was thinking vaulting and vertical clambering. Yes, I mean the parachute is also almost vertical clambering, not directly straight up, but you can cheese it. There are a lot of mobility options in Satisfactory, and the jump slide is excellent maneuverability in general. Okay, I just realized I still haven't set up any time-lapse cameras, so I'm going to have to skip that again this time. Let me just switch to Satisfactory Modeler, and I will show you what I am planning on building today. Here's the icon. If I click that, you should be able to see that on the stream. I think that's okay. Yes. So this is Satisfactory Modeler. This is a free app on Steam. And it's pretty much the best Satisfactory planning tool. It's the most powerful. There are other tools that I prefer some of the features on, and this one is clunky. But the big thing this one lets us do is it allows us to make blueprint factories, and then we can reuse that blueprint factory in other factories. So if we look inside our steel factory here, we've got the basic refining and ore, but then we've got the motors blueprints there, 2 of them, which we just saw, and we've got the stators, which is just 1, and oh, that's right, I haven't actually bothered to make an encased beams blueprint factory, because that was pretty much just a modified stators one stripped down. So I haven't actually updated that to reflect that here. But today we're making versatile frameworks, which is a project part. So it's a little bit involved, and this is what I've kind of come up with to cram in a single blueprint. So we will be bringing in the iron ingots and steel ingots. So we will process the raw materials outside of this blueprint. And then from this we'll make plates, wire, beams and pipes. Gee, why did I do beams and pipes? That's complicated. Oh well. And then we're going through quite a few assemblers here. First to make reinforced plates, then frames, and then finally the frames plus beams to make the versatile frameworks. And we should be able to make 10 per minute out of a single blueprint. MJR670, welcome, welcome. Love your mod in VR, works perfectly. Only thing I did like to change is the way objects are rotated. I would love to change how objects are rotated. There's 2 ways of rotating objects. I don't know if you've tried both methods, but it has been a problem from the get-go into how to make rotation work cleanly and easily without upsetting any other controls. And it has been one of the biggest challenges in doing the mod. So yes. But I'll once I jump back in the game, I'll show you the two methods just in case you're not familiar with both. So this is the versatile framework blueprint, and our framework factory that we're planning will have two of these, but we'll have to do some processing of the ore, as I said, and I'm also going to expand it to make some munitions as well, because there's a sulfur node not far from where I'm going to build this factory. So I'm going to start by making a blueprint for smelters and a blueprint for what are they called? Should tell me here somewhere. Foundries. I make a blueprint for smelters, blueprint for foundries, and then we'll work on the versatile framework blueprint. And then I don't know how much we're going to get through tonight, but if we get time, we'll go over to the build site and actually start throwing these down and building it up. Okay, so I'm dealing with 4 impure nodes, which is effectively going to be 16 smelters. And I was thinking I could do this as like a cluster of 4 smelters next to each miner, rather than just having a big pile of smelters. So that's the plan in that. The foundries, I'm not sure exactly how many I'll cram in the blueprint. Usually there's 6 will fit nicely in the basic blueprint maker, but we need 11 here. So we could just do 2 lots of 6 and then just leave 1.5 turned off. We'll see how we go, but let's start with the little smelters and then work from there. So let me just put my headset back on. And switch back to the game. Make sure it's focused, and we are back. I'm tempted to do, the sun's coming up. Let's assume the light is going to be okay. VR, since I have Satisfactory model already, probably from another time you recommended it. Possibly. I've only been using it a little bit though. It is clunky, but it is the best tool for doing pre-made blueprint factories that I've found. Now MJR 670, there are 2 ways you can rotate things. One is using the right stick and pressing down, and then once you're pressing down, you can rotate it notch at a time. So this is a little fiddly, but it's probably the more accurate way of rotating. And once you get used to it, it's not too bad. And if you hold the X button on the other controller, then like for foundations, you can do a more gradual rotate like that. The other way of rotating is to use long press on the Y button. So this will bring up a radial menu here like this. And this is much quicker for rotating something large amounts. But if you're doing smaller increments, like if I hold down left grip here to do snap mode, this sort of little granular rotation can be very fiddly. But to make it more accurate, one thing you can do is you can move your hand out. And so if you move your hand further out, because of the angle of the rotation, this makes it less prone to error than if you've got your finger right in the middle there. So the further you move your hand out of the radial, the easier it is to move it around like this. There is also trigger to lock. So if you're at a specific angle here, then if you hold trigger, it locks it in place. So using the grip and trigger for the different modes and locking it in place can make rotation a bit easier. Yeah, so the thumb down, the right stick down is the old method, and then in version 1.0 I added the radial menus, and that's when I added this radial menu option in. And this is usually the easier one. It's just a bit fiddlier when you're doing the smaller increments, so I often use this one for the smaller increments. Okay, we are making a blueprint with 4 smelters. Holding the button, especially the stick, is not good for my fingers since you have to do it so often. Yeah, I agree. The stick down is fiddly and always has been. But yeah, the radial menus tend to be much easier to do. Right, smelters, how are we going to do this? So the blueprint maker, the front of it is down here. So I want the flow of it to come in from that side. I don't have smelters hotkeyed because I don't build them very often. So here I might just do a quick thumb rotate that way. So if I have the materials, I actually want to go in from this side and out the same side based on the little cluster that I'm thinking of. And I might actually have them facing inwards. So let's rotate it that way. How much room do I want in the middle? How squeezy do I want to make it? Probably should leave a little more room. So if this is the output, we can grab a splitter. See, even that's pretty close. And that is going the right... Oh, we need a merger. So let's go grab merger. Now to get... I'd rather not have big splitters down the side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a splitter. But I'm going to put it... this side, and I'm going to nudge it across to this way, and then I'm going to have belts that feed it in and around to the side. So I've done a similar design before. Let's see if I can get it to work, because there's been some snapping changes. That might actually need to come out another meter. Yep, that's going to have to come out another meter. I keep switching between using the radial menu or the side menu. So this will be rotated around this way. Now if I bring it up and close, I don't think a lift will snap that short. I think I need to go a little higher to get the lift to snap in. I mean, I can try it. Let's try it. And it won't let me build there. Why not? The yellow showed it was okay. Let's go... It might be too close to the machine. As I said, they've changed some of the clearance of the machines, and they're a bit fussier now. So whereas that used to be fine before, and it says it's fine there, it says yellow. Let's go up there. I can't do a tight one if I have that angle there. Ooh, how am I going to do this? It has to stick out that far. Unless I use a mod. There is a mod that allows you to nudge the lifts, but we don't have that mod, so I'm not going to be able to do it. So we will need to move this out to this spot there. I wonder if I can get away with having it a meter lower now. Let's try it, because it looks clear there, and it's actually in the blue, so that's no clipping. Actually, it's still rising up a little bit. Yeah, okay, that's okay. Shame they can't keep us able to avoid their bounding boxes to just put things where we like. No, there is a mod for that, Croy. If it does bug you, there is a mod that removes all soft clipping and hard clipping. I am trying to do a playthrough with no mods that, other than the VR mod, because basically I'm trying to, apart from, as well as my own challenge, as because I'm demoing this on streams and I'll be making videos based on this later, I don't want to show off techniques that require a mod. So everything I do here is done without external mods. Other than the VR mod, obviously. So let's rotate that around that way. Objection. What was that, Russ? That is still neat what you have there and makes sense to do a good showcase. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should lift this up a meter to make it level. I might do it. I think I might. Except I might need to redo... Actually, yeah, I'm going to have to redo the lifts now. Because I need to put the conveyors in, because otherwise the conveyors will come swinging out when they try and attach into the lift. It's a Sims 4 cheat? Oh, right, okay, fair enough. I did not get the Sims 4 reference. Now, No Man's Sky, I'm tempted to install a building mod, and I'm surprised, Croy and Russ, that you haven't gone the way of building mods in No Man's Sky. Have you tried the Beyond, I think it's called Beyond Building, Exosolar's building mod on No Man's Sky? Have you tried that one? Because it lets you build any part in any context. Almost any part, and it lets you scale almost any part. It is quite cool. Now I want to daisy chain the power, so let's see if I can do this. The beam will have to come from here to, I think it'll be there. Do I want to go higher than that? I could go like a ½ meter higher. I can't reach from here and I don't have a jetpack or a hoverpack yet. Okay, so now if we just attach from there and put a little connector on there, then this beam should auto connect when we run these together, and we'll have a little connector there. And we can also add a, not a smelter, don't copy the smelter, thank you. Just put a bit of a beam connector there. So that's, putting this in a blueprint means you can then daisy chain your smelters together power wise. So let's do the same on the other side. It's lined up with there, I think it was. There is too far forward. I'm pretty sure it was there. And we need to bring it out to there. I think that'll work. So if I go from there and put that on the end, and then grab a beam connector and stick that on the end. So that, they're not power connected to each other, but to be honest, I'm just happy that No Man's Sky is stable. No Man's Sky is stable for you? You have PTSD after trying to get it looking great in VR. It's been a journey. Russ says, I've not ventured into modded NMS as much as the building frustrates me. It's not really something I've ever felt the need to mod. Well, my No Man's Sky has been driving me crazy just in the most recent patch. I might preset these to iron ingots because I think that's what I'm going to be doing mostly in here. My No Man's Sky has been, I'd be placing electrical cables, running them to a mining site, and then all the cables would just vanish. And same with running the pipes from a mining outpost to a main base. I'd be partway along and then all the pipes would just vanish. I did manage to run electrical cable run once and they all vanished, but they were connected and therefore they're still working, but I don't know, still not managed to connect my pipes. You're taking a No Man's Sky break for Battlemark though? Okay. Kind of nuts to be playing a game set in the same location setting as the campaign running. Is that the Demio D&D one? I think we should have maybe some structural beams around this or similar, but I'm not sure yet how it's going to fit together, so I'll wait until we've got more of them. Let's put that there so it looks like it's structurally held up. Yes, okay, cool. Yeah, GT gave a very glowing review of it. It looks cool. Looks like they've got a lot more story in it than the normal Demio. Okay, we've got 2 smelters here. And this will go into production processing. Close. Save. Okay. It's so good, although I just came back to a pissed off tavern of loggers. Okay. Did a great job so far, just saved us into range. I'll take your word for it. So is it set in the Foundelva Caves setting? Is that the setting you're talking about, or is it in another one? Faerun. And we're getting told by Azuren from the other room. Hang on, I'm stuck in... I think I've been playing No Man's Sky too much this week while I've been sick. I keep not turning my menu to access the menu. So let's see how 2 of these fit together. So it does spread them out a bit more, but it means there's less space taken up this side and all the logistics are through the middle. Yeah, Azuren is actually not listening in on the stream. She's currently having a bit of a rest, but she's listening from the other room. Set on the Sword Coast, Cragmore Castle and Thunder Tree are locations. Cool. Okay, so... yeah, we can't put a support pillar directly there because the conveyor's in the way. So now we can at least connect our power here and here. And do the same over the other side. And it looks like we got our beams right, so our beam does look like it's one continuous beam. That's good. And we do need a duct in here. I've only got Mark III conveyor belts at the moment because we are still in phase 2, which is why we're building this factory to try and get out of phase 2. Okay. So there's a blueprint for 4 smelters that is moderately compact. So the idea is because we've got 4 impure nodes that we need to overclock, we'll put a cluster of 4 smelters down next to each of the 4 mining nodes. And because I'm trying to avoid having like huge blocks of just smelters. So this is smelters times 4. But I certainly could make an 8 version and a 6. Now later on I could do vertical stack and have a 16 one as well if I wanted to. Now I know I haven't connected power on one side to the other. I could do that now, actually. Could do it in the middle. Oh, I need a jetpack or something. I mean, I could get up on the railing there. That's why I made the railing. Let's go up the railing. So this one here is kind of lined up with that power there. Do I put the cable just across raw, or do I actually make it a little tidy? Yeah, I think a little tidy is good. That way it's not just dangling diagonally across everything. Okay, first blueprint done. Untested, but... Ooh. Those are around the wrong way. Because I wanted to feed it in here and then out here. So these splitters are actually wrong. Damn it. I need that to be facing this way. Oh, so I'm gonna have to redo the lifts again. Let's see if I can snap it. See, that's snapped to the wrong place. That's snapped to the right place, but I don't know if it's actually snapped to the lift. I think I should redo the lifts. I don't trust it. Fairly simple design, so it doesn't take too long to modify at this stage. I'm just putting Mark 3s in because Mark 1s are probably enough, but Mark 3s are cheap. Okay, so the stuff comes in here, splits, goes around, down and through, and then the output goes there, through there. So that way the input and the output are on the same side. I could put a little belt there, but that's fine. Okay. Something about the snapping of belts and splitter mergers still feels like there's room for improvements. In the game in general, it is a little buggy. And if you're dealing with vertical splitters and mergers, it is very buggy. Okay, let's do some foundries now. How do I want to lay these out? Normally you can fix 6 on a Mark 1 blueprint. And normally I have the inputs in the middle. Actually, I'll do just one first, actually. Or like as in one pair. Is that too close? Let's try it. It's okay. There's a little gap there, so I don't mind it there. If you needed to change the belt speed, you could. Oh, that's going to be awfully squishy for a lift, though. How terrible does it look? I'm all for compact lifts, but I think that's going to be too compact. Yes, okay, too compact. Whereas that leaves enough room for the belt in the middle. I'm trying to avoid clipping. I mean, you could go crazy and squish these all together, but... yeah, if there was a way to nudge them in so that you could have it 1 meter overlapping that way and 1 meter overlapping that way, you could make them quite compact. But alas, there is not. Do I want to pre-pick a recipe here? You know, it's almost always solid steel. Actually, no, I do use those two as well. I mean, setting them to steel now will certainly change a little bit of time later. No clipping, but you got to mush things together till they work. Yeah. See what there is. See, I won't go into a split up positioning tutorial at the moment. So over here we can get a little more compact in how we put the lift in. So we get this one again. Wonder if I can put it there, how squished that would be. I think that is probably the correct position. I'll try it there. Actually, that's okay. Still plenty of room for the goods to come up and down. Lines it up there. And then our merger, which will be sitting on top. Yep, that's the merger. We want to send things back that way. So rotate it that way. Ah, that's right. We need lots of mergers because these are asymmetrical. It's fine. See, it lets me snap that all the way in. I need to get up above. Yeah, this is the problem, is putting something in there. We are going to run into throughput issues because I think the planner said we need like 400 and something, which means we will need to break this down into a couple of separate modules, but that's okay. We just need to be aware that if we put this Mark III in here, it's not impossible to upgrade it in place, but it's awful close. Okay, so that's in, so everything is connected. I don't know, power would need to come a bit higher if we're going to do a similar trick than we did with the smelters. Let's just save this first. It's called a foundry, isn't it? Now I'm second guessing. Foundry, yes, okay. Ah, my smelters times 4 has lost its category. That bug has been in there since like update 8, if not earlier. Okay, so how much room have we got to fit more on here? We need to make sure the front is facing the front. The blueprint has a little more bounding box than the other one. Okay, so we actually have some room here. We could... Okay, apparently we can't. So these machines have a bit more aggressive clearance. So apparently we are leaving a gap between them. Even a half meter is still clipping. Off IRL Croy with Catch Up Your Mum. Cool, cool. Treating us to an awesome Chinese buffet for lunch. Oh, that sounds nice. Don't stay up too late. Get sleep and get well soon. Thanks very much, Croy. Thanks for popping by. Okay, now just need to check my numbers here. 60, 120. This is already going to exceed a Mark III belt. So we're not going to be able to have 3 until we get Mark IV belts. Do we just make 4? You know, I might just go ahead and make it with the Mark III belts. And then once we get the Mark IV belts, I'll go through and upgrade things. So we're not going to be running at full capacity until we get the faster belts. You know what? I think because this factory is specifically about finishing the phase, we need to do it properly because once this phase is over, we don't actually care about this factory for a while yet. So I think we need to make this factory optimal for the materials that we've got, which means only 4 at a time. How am I going to get the coal out? I might already be nerfed by... I'm going to have to run a second coal line. That's okay. These challenges are what makes the game interesting. Okay, so now we need to figure out how we're going to make the power. And do we do any extra support type frameworks on this? So there is a full 1 meter, or is that 2 meters? I think that's 2 meters. Full 2 meter gap there. So if we do it this side, it would be right to the edge. That way it will snap onto whatever comes along next. So let's just jump down here. Okay, so it looks like the power's lined up that spot. Where's my beam? There's my beam. That's the half nudge like we did with the smelters, which I think is fine because we're not going to be putting cable or wire through this. Okay, power. The beams are actually on the inside of this because the smelters were the other way around. This way actually works better because it's easier to do a power line from here across to there. So those are all connected. Actually, I need to put the pretty little beam connectors on.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay, I think that is done. We've got all the conveyors in the middle connected. Much on for the rest of the weekend? Me? No, not yet, I don't think. A fairly quiet weekend, which is good because I'm still recuperating. I actually had a busy day yesterday. I had a day off yesterday and was doing a lot of family stuff. So I'm looking forward to a fairly quiet weekend. I don't think we have role play. Actually, it's Saturday already, so the weekend's half over. I'm used to streaming Friday to remember some Friday mind. So yes, Sunday. No, not much happening tomorrow. Foundry times 4. Let's save this, and then let's go to Twitch ad break. And I'll have a bit of a stretch while the Twitch ad break is running, and I'm going to have a drink of water and hydrate. Might need a water top up actually, because it's a bit warm over here at the moment. Well, at least it's humid. Okay, so we have finished the Foundry times 4 blueprint, except we're going to have some throughput issues. So I will need to figure out what we're going to do about that. Okay. Thanks. Okay, so Twitch ad break. I'll be back while the ads run. Very short. Well, 3 minutes. See you soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
And we are back. Just switching back to the plan briefly. Because as I said, we don't have Mark IV belts yet. So we've already split these up into groups of 4. So the top belt speed we have is 270. So this is going to be a problem. This is our main problem here. Later on it'd be fine, but we don't have a single belt. This is a single miner, so we actually need to use 2 nodes here instead of the 1. And these are 10.5 foundries. We're splitting out 627. Like I already split it, so there's 265 to here and 265 to here. So we could actually, if I change this to 0, because this stuff here is optional. So if I just change this to 0 here, then that reduces this to 350. It's still more than 270, but it means this has 8.8. See, that's an odd number. We could probably do this by overclocking. So if we have two groups of 4 with one of them overclocked, then we can feed one of the groups of 4 into one of the blueprints and the other group of 4 into the other blueprints. So therefore we're still within our 270 belt limit. It's going to be an interesting factory to construct with the belt limit in place. And then later on, once we've unlocked Mark IV belts, we can come back later and we can put these other factories here online to generate the Nobelisks and the rebars, but they're not essential at the moment. They'd be nice to have, but so the whole sulfur line here will be sort of a phase 2. So yeah, this is what we're working towards. So yes, there is another coal node in the area, so that's not a showstopper. It just means I'm going to have to run more coal. Item trees, yes. Planning. Yep, so next up we need to make the versatile framework blueprint. So this is what's in the blueprint. I need to figure out how to fill all this. Well, this is why you use the planning tools to help you, Russ, because it helps you do the numbers. There are other tools that can do things a lot more automated, like you just say, I need this, and it'll calculate everything for you. This one's a bit more methodical for those who kind of know roughly how things are hanging together. This is going to be an interesting one to lay out because we have 5 assemblers and 7 constructors, which we have done before because the motors, I think, was 6 assemblers and 8 constructors. So we can do this. It's just a case of how do we lay it out. How are we going to do it? I think we start with the bottom floor being the steel. So we have 5 constructors on the bottom floor doing steel. And we could do these and these on the bottom floor. No, I think we need to do these on the bottom floor. And it's easier if we do that first and get the big ones out of the way. So we need 4 constructors for beams and 1 constructor for pipes. So let's start with that, and then we're going to have to probably check back here every now and again to figure out if we're on plan or not. So let me just hop back in the headset, put my controllers back on. Probably need to reconnect virtual desktop. It's probably timed out. Oh, no, it hasn't. Cool. So I should just be able to hit that button like that. Okay, we did save this. I'm sure we saved it, so let's clear this. Now we have... I'm just wondering if it's worth starting from one of the other blueprints as a base. What did the stators look like? See, I'd have to rearrange a fair bit here. Are we going to fit this on? Yeah, we'll fit it on. It's a pity I didn't save a blueprint just with the 4 constructors on the bottom. Let's just see. So we left not lots of space around them. Sorry, 6 constructors. So let's do it from scratch. So we're using the blueprint, actually not that one, this one. This is the thing. I've been playing No Man's Sky, so you go to the build menu is here. So this is the No Man's Sky button. That's why I keep going for that. I've been doing No Man's Sky the past week. So constructor times, that's a vertical constructor. So the 4 we should probably group together. So let's stick one in the middle here. Did that just diagonal nudge on me? No, it's just sideways nudging. Interesting. Okay, so space-wise, that should be plenty that side. I'm wondering if I can come in closer. Yeah, it'll do. I think last time I left 2 spaces between them. Actually, just trying to think what logistics we might need down the side. I'll put 1 meter here, so there's still a gap, because I don't want those things hitting in the middle. And I think the clearance should be okay there. Ooh. The ribbon's going to clash, isn't it? Damn it. I'm trying to be a bit more pedantic about clipping, and one thing's always bugged me, how the constructors smack into each other when they're side by side. So I guess that is the position we're going for. So these are making steel beams. 4 making steel beams. It's going to pull a ton of steel. Maybe I should bring the steel in the middle. It's probably easier to bring all the steel in the middle and then collate the outer parts. So we actually want to rotate it that way. I think I could bring these closer in the middle, actually. Let's have a look. If I bring them closer... These might bite me on the butt if I don't bring them closer. That moved! I have a little bit of stick drift in my right controller. So every now and again it will catch me off guard and move something towards me. I don't have my Azuren Banhammer online. Azuren! Hang on, let's see if I can do it from in VR. I don't know what the tiny little icon is on my screen. I think Azuran's looking at it doing it on her phone. Thank you. Now, I don't know which way I'm bringing in the material. Actually, I should bring it in from the front, like I already said I was going to do with the other materials. So we should run it this way. Thing is, we can make the encased beams that Mark IV belts need. As soon as we hit the next phase, we're just dropping resources in and unlocking them. So this is the irony here is we need to finish these project parts to be able to unlock Mark IV belts, but because we don't have Mark IV belts, it's making the process a little trickier than it would otherwise be. You heard us, you read in the background. Not quite. Okay, so we actually have some space here. And I don't know if we can do it. Thank you, Azuran. I'm going to have to look at the design again, because these actually go up 2 floors. It's the next floor is all the iron stuff. So maybe I'll just ignore this floor for now. We've got the bits in place. I just don't know where the logistics are going to route. And then we will... I'm actually going to save it so far. So this is a project part, and we need to build 1,000 of them to unlock the next phase. But you need a lot more later on as well. So I was thinking I will make a real factory for these so that we can start cranking them out now. And then by the time we need a lot of them later on, we'll just have a scalable factory that we can just stack with more blueprints. Okay, so now we need to do layer 2, and layer 2 was 2 constructors with iron. You know what, I'm just gonna look at the plan rather than try and guess or try and remember. And just let me switch. Where's the icon? So yes, we've done this. We need to underclock that, but we'll tune that later. So now we have 2 constructors of iron, and they are both going into the same assembler to make sheets. So that's actually not too bad to put on one level. And then maybe on level... Oh, this is level 2. Oh, ooh, okay. Ew. Because we can only fit 3 assemblers on a level. Actually, I know what I'll do. We'll put the two assemblers above the first floor. So we'll do the frame assemblers on floor 2, and we'll also do the two constructors on floor 2. And that way on floor 3, we'll do the sheets and the frameworks. Gee, this is going to be a bit complicated. Which means the iron stuff needs to be on that side, but we still need two assemblers for there. Okay. Two constructors, one assembler. Let's give it a go. W1SZP. That's an interesting name that I'm not going to pronounce as a single word. Welcome, welcome. It's a little muggy at the moment. It is a little muggy. So let's grab our wall just to snap things to. Whoops. If I start from there, I'm going to check clearance against this aerial. Probably want it that high so that we don't clip the aerial. So these foundations we probably won't leave long term. We'll build other supports to hold the machines up like we have with the other ones, made out of pillars and stuff. But for now, this is just a surface that we are trying to lay out stuff on. So we need two assemblers and two constructors. Because we've got the output of the constructor just here and the constructors over there. So if we have the inputs at this side, I'm going to be optimistic and say I can leave a gap. The problem is normally I have the constructors like one over there and one over here, but both the outputs need to come to another assembler that's up there, which means the constructors really need to be side by side. Let's use our fancy blueprint constructor with the extra bits. Oh, these constructors are totally going to clip into each other. Oh, we could stagger them. That's an idea. Or we could do it boring and just have it side by side and just route the materials through. Actually, I've got to lower it down. Whoops. Because we can lower this down at least to there, if not lower. I think that's right. It's close, but I'm never going to have to rebuild the belt that's inside these ones, because these are very low throughput. I could probably even get away with a Mark 1 on these. So these two were making... Probably for an alt recipe I need to go downstairs and unlock. What was it? It's not telling me the actual recipe. It's frames using pipes. Sorry, yeah, frames using pipes. And that one is just stitched iron plates. Frames using pipes. It's an alt recipe. I mean, I have a whole pile waiting downstairs, so it should be there waiting for me. No, I'm not using screws. Steel frame, that'd be it? Steel frame. Yes, because it's the sheets. That's why we're making the sheets. Ooh. Hang on, is that the right one? Yes, okay. Oh, gee. This is a confusing blueprint to make. That is the one. Let's go for it. Steel screws is very nice, but this'll do. Okay, so this is only using the pipe. And it's actually using the output from the assembler that those are going to. So they'll go up to there, and then the output from that will come down into these. That's not at all confusing. So the stitched iron plate takes iron plates, and it takes iron wire. So we need to bring some iron into this just for these two. It's a little bit of iron. I think if I thread it with the steel and then bring it up and across to here. So we will put a splitter here. And that's probably going to hit right into a constructor, but we'll see how it looks. Ah, we've got enough room. Wow, did I leave too much room? I hope I don't get to the top floor and decide we have to move everything down a meter. That will be annoying. That would be very annoying. Maybe I should build the next layer just to make sure I have enough room. Yeah, I think we need to come down a meter. Yep, too high. Okay, so if we come down a meter, it won't fit. If we come down 2 meters, it will. Okay, so this needs to be down 2 meters, and the floor below it needs to be down a meter. So yeah, stuffed that one up, didn't we? Luckily, you know, this is before we've laid most of the logistics, so we can. So this will actually be at this height. And this needs to be down a meter. That's why it's good to lay out like the broad components before you get into the nitty-gritty of getting all the logistics wired up. Okay, build assemblers. So width-wise, we actually had some space, so just trying to think of the layout from here. This is the pipes that are going in there, plus the output from what's up there. I don't think it really matters position-wise too much. Oh, I didn't lower it a meter. Stupid fancy railings. No, I wanted it the other way. Oh, right, okay. It was 90 degrees out. Don't mind me. Okay. So this was plates. This was wire. I mean, we could We could place these ones sideways so it's completely different to all the other ones. I don't know if that would make it easier to do the logistics, but I think it wouldn't look as good. Actually, where's the... that would be nicely lined up with the conveyors underneath, the constructors underneath. I think that would take up too much room. Okay, so this stitched iron plate gets in the plate and wire from directly below. Just if I'm going to put some holes down just so I know how to line them up. I probably won't use some of those holes directly. I mean, I could use one of those holes directly. Although if this hole is here, it'll be much easier to snap on. I think. Yes. So the other constructor is the output for this one. We could, how are we going to do this? This is probably easiest just to do as a wavy belt. Okay, so this is 20 a minute iron plates, 22 a minute of wire. I think we need to underclock one or both of them. Uh, 37 wire. I think this one is underclocked as well. So the reinforced iron plate out of this needs to go out into these. But also into these needs to come up the... I think we just put splitter along here. And then we squeeze some holes in here. And we should be able to hopefully fit a manifold in underneath without getting too much in the way of the constructors. Let's see if we can make it fit. I wonder if that actually clears... Ooh, that could be too close. I'm going to see if I can fit it. Because if that can fit without too much of the stress, yeah, that'll fit fine. The output of these go up along with the beams from the bottom, go up, and then they come out the other side. So in here we need to put in the pipes, which is just the output of this one. So yeah, this is, ooh, actually, I think this would be the neatest way to do it. But I'm not sure how I'm going to connect it neatly to that one. Actually, I can come the other side. Yeah, there's space in here. I'll just put it in here. We can move that pole. And that can go there if we want it super compact. There's probably fine. Okay, we probably want to bring that in more compactly than the default. Let's see, it lines up. Oh, it's going to be super tight. Okay. Actually, no, or I could bring it in there. Which will need to also be somewhat tight. I think that is the right height and the right positioning. Ooh, no, we need to bring it in if we want the lift to be compact. Because then we could do this. And it steps on the wrong side. But will that work? Actually, we could rotate it. We can rotate it. Here we go. So we have our single constructor, which is outputting pipes. Pipes go through the manifold up to the next level. Manifold goes into these two assemblers, and they are making pipes into modular frames. Then over there we have the iron plates and iron wire, which, oops, stairs are only on this side apparently. They are coming up to the top, where they are turned into stitched reinforced plates, which then go back down into here to also make modular frames. Now we need 2 per minute. Okay. I haven't done any balancing or anything of this. This is just getting the basic logistics all connected up so that the flow of stuff goes to the right place. Now we still haven't put that iron input in place, so the iron needs to come in there. So really we need by keeping it in this line, it means all the resources come in at this particular spot. I think we'll end up redoing all the power for these constructors. Okay, so steel in there, iron in there. We've got the beams done. Sorry, not the beams, the pipes. All we need to do is the final construction of the versatile frameworks up the top level. So we have the output of these two. Yeah, we need to wire these up. Okay. So we need the steel beams because they'll come from down that side, from the 4 constructors on the bottom level, and the frames are coming from just below. So if I actually put a splitter here, actually there's 2 outputs of frames. Are these lined up? Please tell me they're lined up. No, okay, they're not lined up because the outputs are not lined up with the inputs. Okay, that would have been nice if they were lined up. So it might be easier to merge these together and then split them again at the top. Or we could just do a right angle. Let me just slap some holes down again for reference so we know what we're talking about in the bottom. So that's the closest we can get. I mean, we can actually get a meter closer than that if we want, but that's kind of the neat sort of this lined up with that kind of situation. I think I'm going to try and get some sleep. No problems, Russ. You have a good Saturday sleep and a good Sunday tomorrow. Take it easy. Thanks for hanging out. Should be able to do similar to what we did. No, because that's going to come out. But that's fine because this hole is just a placeholder. So if we move that hole there, could bring it down and then conveyor it in if it will fit. No, it will not. Okay, lift it is then. Actually, I can do here. I just need to be a little creative. Put a lift from that back hole. That should line up here and snap on here. And then if I delete that one and rebuild one on the front hole, that will snap in like that, and everything is nice and neat. These holes will move back here. They were just actually, let's put them here just as another indicator. So similar dealio here. We could do this 1 meter across this way. Put a lift there to snap onto. Drop that down like that. Delete that one. Delete that hole. Attach to there. Nice and snug. And this one is about there. I won't do more holes until I know where the bottom layer is going to come up. These actually need to be mergers. There's the hole there. That's actually pretty close to spot on. Actually, let's get the lift right before we... same deal. Okay. Actually, what we need is we need to do this all the way from the top. We need this up there. Because this slab's not going to be there. That hole I don't need. Okay, so similar on the other side. Actually, let's see if we can properly belt these. Oh no, that's going to be too close, isn't it? This is going to go wiggly. Ah, it did fit. Ah, perfect. So similar on this side. Except we've got a long... This is going to clash with that one there. And I think if I shove that up to there... Actually, yeah. I wonder if we can move that one that way one. This is not good for my neck. So the other way we could do this one is we could just bring this straight down to here and run it around the front, or we could bring it to here and run it across. Like that. Mark 3 in there, Mark 3 across to there. So that's technically connected. If we could move this 1 meter in, we could fit the other one in there as well. I don't think I'm going to bother stressing about it. I think that's okay. That's clean enough. I mean, it's this lift is facing a different way to that, so it's not perfectly balanced how I would like it, but so that is all the main belt logistics and basic machine configuration. So we should really do a dry run and make sure it actually works before we make it all pretty and put proper cabling in and such like that. So let's come over here and save it. Did I pick the correct recipes on the top floor? This is a good question. I think I did. Actually, did I finish connecting them up here? I think I didn't. Yeah, look, see, they're not connected.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Actually, that one over there is sticking out, so we could possibly move it. That's in the wrong place, or is it? Yes, that's in the wrong place. How? I thought I had that right. Okay, so this actually needs to be across 1 meter. Oh! I think that will actually work just as is. Yep, that's fine. If we could bring that in 1 meter, we could run that alongside it. But we have an ad break because Twitch decrees that thou shalt have ads every hour for the people who haven't subscribed and don't have Twitch Turbo. So I'm going to pause here because it's a good reason to have a bit of a stretch and a drink of water as well. So I'll be back after the ad breaks. It'll be about 3 minutes long. And then we'll tidy this out, and I'm going to go test it as is, just in its raw state, just to make sure everything works. That's the next step. Then we'll come back for the next stage, which will be tidying it up and making it look pretty. Okay, back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Oops, I have a mouse cursor. There we go, that's better. Stream is back online, and we're back online. We've pretty much finished at least the core part of our versatile frames in a box factory. Now, I just thought we'd do a little balancing here. So this takes 30 per minute beams and 2.5 modular frames. So our modular frames are being made down here at 3 a minute. So let's change that. Oops, come on. This keyboard was the hardest to implement and is the most painful one. The state going on in here is a little iffy. Okay, so to get 2.5 per minute, we need 16.6 steel pipes total and 1.67 iron plates. Let's do the plates because they're up here. So 1.6 times 2, wasn't it? Oops. 1.66667 times 2. Close enough to 60%. So we need 11 plates and 22 wire. Plates. Oh, this is underclocked quite a bit. And this is almost 100%.
Incoming Pioneer reinforcements. SMERKIN 5000 is leading a
Smirkin
force of 38
5000.
viewers.
Hello, welcome.
Thanks for the
Thank
raid
you.
SMERKIN
We'll let Ada
5000
finish
and
first.
welcome everyone to the channel.
Hey, I'm Smirkin. Thanks very much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We are playing a bit of Satisfactory in VR. I'm just balancing a blueprint factory. Guru and his students have arrived. Hello, hello. How was your stream, Smirkin? I assume you were streaming Satisfactory, were you? We are working on a versatile frames in a box blueprint so that we can scale up versatile frames initially just to finish phase 2, but then we can scale it up later to our late game requirements. You got batteries running? Ah, yes, I remember you working batteries last time. 180 per minute. Nice. Are you using those for drones or for other recipes? Where are your batteries destined to go? So let me just check. We needed 30 per minute steel beams per machine. And we have 4 constructors down the bottom making those. I'm pretty sure, actually, they probably were underclocked. Steel beam, well, that one actually wasn't even set. 15, that's actually, that's the right amount. That one's set. And that one's not set. You got, they'll be for both trucks and drones. Ah, battery-powered trucks, cool. So yeah, this is our versatile frames in a box. We've pretty much just finished the logistics. I'm just going through and balancing it all. If I just switch to the planner, I'll show you the plan for this factory here. This is using Satisfactory Modular, a free tool off Steam. And this is our versatile framework blueprint. So we're inputting steel ingots and iron ingots. And then we are turning the steel into pipes and beams. The iron is being turned into plates and wire, which are then becoming reinforced plates, which we combine with the pipes to make frames, which we combine with the beams to make the versatile frames. So this single blueprint will output 10 versatile frames per minute. And the idea is this is part of a bigger factory. So this is sort of the frameworks factory that we're going to do for phase 2. So we'll actually have 2 of these blueprint versatile frame factories as part of it. And then later on, once we get better miners and better belts, we can actually scale this up and add extra things into the blueprint, into the factory. You got a raid and run? Bet is calling? No problems. It is a bit later on your side of the country. Thank you very much for the raid. And have a good rest of the weekend. Let me switch back to the game. So yeah, I'm just going through and balancing everything because we haven't bothered with ratios yet. We've mostly done it. So I'm just figuring out what we need. Reinforced iron plate, I'm pretty sure I balanced that one. Steel pipes at 8.3 per minute times 2. Thanks very much. Good night. Okay, 8.3 times 2. So let's chuck that in here. 8.3333 times 2. So I think that's... Oh, there was some belts up the top I was going to fiddle with that weren't quite connected. These logistics belts here, so I was going to tidy those up before I tested it out in the field. We haven't done wiring, we haven't made it pretty, but what I'll do is once I've finished all the logistics, I'll take it to where there's existing iron and steel, and we'll just plug it in and make sure it all works before we then make it pretty, because I don't want to make it pretty and then realize I've made a fatal mistake somewhere. I was trying to see if I could move this over by 1 meter using positional tricks. So if I put that there, the goal is to have the hole there and connect that there. Then if we build one on here, this should snap into our constructor, and it will be 1 meter inset, so it's nice and flush. And then we delete this one and rebuild from our real hole here. That will snap into place, and that will give us a nice flush lift there. That means, actually, let's finish the bottom bit here first. So that means instead of doing this here, no, don't click the constructor. That would be bad, really bad. That can now go there. Run that across to here. Now, where is the right position? I think that is the right position. So if I built a lift from there, that should nicely go down and snap in there. So now we have symmetry. My headline's gone out again. We have symmetry of the lift here and the lift here going up and feeding into the top of the blueprint. So I think there might be some belts at the very top we still need to connect, and then we can finally go and test it. Ah, that's not the top, that's the bottom. Yep, because we moved these around a bit back here, so... Actually, that one we didn't change. But one over here we did change. Okay. And we did balance that. So that should be correct. I haven't done power at all. I'm going to do like just crappy power pole out in the field to test it, and then we'll lay nice power for the final build. But this is all the machines that are needed, and they're all configured and belted correctly. So let's head out to where there's some steel and some iron and see if we can get this thing running and see if it does what it's supposed to. So this is my... I've started a new save recently, so this is why we're still doing phase 2. So over to the left there is my sort of basics factory. It's making the basic iron plates and rods and basic frames and rotors and things like that. It's not making it as a supply for any other factory, it's just making them to go into the depot for building purposes. Here we have the good old blue crater zone. Whoops. And we have our coal power along the edge there, which is overclocked to 200%. And this factory is the factory we finished last session, which is our steel factory. So that's making... Actually, I can duck through the lobby and show you what we're making in here. So this one's making your reinforced beams, your pipes, your rotors, and your motors. So this little foyer area here, the all comes down into a storage container here, but there's also a dimensional depot down below, so that all that material comes into the depot here, so it's available for building purposes. So the actual ore for this factory is made on a little factory up the back here that I haven't done. I really need to finish the architecture on this one here. It's a bit bare bones at the moment. So to test our new versatile frames factory, I'm just going to steal resources from this factory and try it out. And the actual steel factory will just have to suffer for a bit. I do not need these sinks. They were for testing throughput earlier, because I was having some throughput challenges. Okay. First field test, and it's lost its category again. What a surprise. So the front of the blueprint is where the resource inputs are. And again, this is just a quick dirty test, just to make sure things are working. So that will be the steel input. And that will be the iron input. But we do need to connect power. So that's still got a blueprint power connector on it. Yes, it does. Should have brought some stairs with me. That we can connect to there. This will take up to the next level. And then we need more stairs. So that should be all machines having power. We just need to shove some steel and some iron in. Which I can probably just steal by just hijacking these lifts. Which one was which? That was the iron, so if that one, whoops. So if I got them, actually let's not connect them directly just in case I got them the wrong way around. Okay, that is steel. Okay, steel is flowing in. So we're testing to make sure all the materials are flowing into the right machines. We've not missed any belts. This machine is not running. Why? Does it not have power? It does not have power. Okay, now it's sucking in steel. These machines back here, green light, yellow light. Okay, that is sucking in some steel. I don't know if I'm providing enough steel to this, so we're not going to be testing whether it's exactly balanced or not. Just whether the whole thing hangs together and does what it's supposed to do. So coming up to this next level, this is where the iron is being used. So, wow, that's a lot of iron pumping in already. Because we're using a trickle of iron, we're not going to be short on iron here. And it's correctly creating the wire. So plates are going up that way. wire is going up that way. All right, the plate's going up and across to that point. Yes. Now that should mean we should be getting frames coming down here, assuming upstairs is working. How long am I going to wait for? I mean, I know these are slow. These are probably a couple of minutes, so I assume as soon as I walk away, some are going to come down. I'm watching you. It's doing something. Okay, it's about to spit out some. Okay, it's spitting out several at a time. So that should feed into both of these. Why did none come into this one? One did, okay. And two into that one. That's fair enough. And we've got pipes in here, so the pipes are coming through correctly. So this will come out the back here. So yes, we have beams coming up here and beams also coming up over there, which are both going to the assemblers up the top. So let's check up there. It's looking good so far. So the beams and frames should be coming in here. So we've got lots of beams in here already. I guess the frames had a bit more catch up in production to get to this point. Come on, make frames faster. This one's making them now, so it must have actually got some... Oop. Got some more plates come through. Yes, okay, we're making some here. Okay, so 3 frames came through at once. And because these are actually fed separately, I'm not merging and splitting again. So, like, the assembler below is directly feeding into this one, and the assembler below is directly feeding into this one. So, there's no merging and splitting. So when 3 come up, they go straight into the one machine. So, we should get 3 coming up the other one shortly. Should come probably through there, because this is the beams here. Yep, there we go. It's looking like it's all working. Cool. I think I'm going to say that that is a success, and that we can go make it pretty and actually have proper wiring now. And we can restore our regularly scheduled services for our steel factory. Wonder if there's output I can chuck. Yes, there is. Because I really do not need 200 plus iron ingots taking up inventory space. Come on, let me interact. Okay, these two are pretty full already. That one's overclocked. Ah, this one's empty. has at least most of them recycled. I still only have Mark III belts because we are still on phase 2, hence making the versatile frames factory. Okay, that'll do. Right, so back to the blueprint maker, and we will start making our factory blueprint look nice. And then we can out to the field and actually build it. Which I don't know if I'll get to finish tonight. We're making good progress so far. Missed! Damn it! Maybe I should build a hypertube network. Let's go check on the doggos, see if they've got any goodies for us. Is this Timmy? Scratch? Okay, Timmy usually likes hanging out by that pool. Man, you guys are cheap today. Timmy's got to have something good. Come on, Timmy. Motors. I can make motors. I got a new motors factory. Okay, so factory works. Now we need to start styling, putting some supports in. Maybe I shouldn't delete all of these quite yet. We actually need to make some output merges as well. So I'll leave those two there. 3 there. No. Filter, please. Thank you. Okay. Could possibly fit some larger pillars in this blueprint because we have a bit more room on the edges, I think, but do we want to make this all steel this time? I do kind of like the concrete finish though. Okay, so this has a bit of room on this side for a large pillar. And this actually has room on this side too. Not sure why it was letting me build it hanging out of the blueprint maker, but Is it going to fit up the top, or is that going to hit something? That actually will fit. Balnage S9207. Hello, hello. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. I don't know if we're going to fit... We're not going to fit fat pillars at the back here, though. That's the problem. So if we have fat ones at the front, do we have to go skinny everywhere because we can't fit fat ones at the back? I mean, I could put one in the middle. The problem with that is our throughput, if we want to feed resources into the next blueprint, is not so good. That's also not lined up very well. If we move the whole blueprint 1 meter that way, we could actually probably fit it in, but not so much. From Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. Hello, hello. I am from western coast of Australia. It is quite late at night here, but not as late as the eastern coast of Australia. See, the smaller pillars also just line up nicer with the conveyor belts. I think, no, this isn't a ½ meter out because the constructors are independent of the rest of the height. This just looks like it was, if it was a ½ meter lower, it would fit better, doesn't it? Let's try it ½ meter lower. I think that works better. Now, if we put the beams across here, so that they're supporting the assemblers, do we need to nudge that across? I think that's actually okay lined up there. I'm trying to think where we want the output to go. I mean, the inputs are both lined up with the center here, so it would actually make some sense to line them up at this point as well. Although if they're all lined up vertically, then that actually makes it really hard to feed them in. If they were actually offset, it would be easier to feed them through. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of the big ones. Don't like the big ones. At least, you know, because we can't fit big ones at the back, I think we'll stick with the smaller ones. And again, we can probably line that up with... there, but I will do it right to the edge here. So that was on the middle of the foundation. Yeah, that fits in, so it's not conflicting with the belt. Wow, it's actually kind of lining up nicely. I could have these merge and actually come down so they're running down a lift here, so they come out at the bottom there. That might work well. Actually, that position kind of lines up with that one, so we can probably do a support beam underneath those that goes through this manhole here. Although we don't actually need a merger here. Why is that not working? Okay, there it goes. Yeah, that's actually going to be a bit squeezy to get to a lift unless I use a hole. If I put a hole here, it'll actually line up with the support beam that the others are using. The other thing is we may stack these vertically, in which case a vertical merger at the end here might be the go-to. So maybe I'll leave this as is, and then it'll be kind of on a per install basis how the output gets merged together. And that's giving me a crick in the neck, so I'm going to go up here again. I mean, yes, it's covering the hole, but it'll be effectively like that. And this can come across there. Although we might want it to come across here, so it's supporting the assemblers. Actually, what I'll do is I'm kind of falling into the same style as I've had with other ones, but if we have a metal frame across there, so metal frame for lifts, concrete frame for the assemblers and other machines. So basically I'm putting the pillars in now for supports, and then from there that should infer where we can connect power connectors, because if there's already beams around, we can use the existing ones, or we might need to put in extra beams. Okay, that is not necessarily lined up nicely over there. Let's try and get... See, that will cross there. Actually, you know what? If I just go and then do another one there. I mean, yes, I could have done a steel beam across where the conveyors were, but then it would have overlapped. Actually, it still might look better. This one here should probably be a steel beam, because since it's just logistics. Come on, snap somewhere. Come on, thank you. That can actually include the conveyor belts. Similar here, we could do one across here that is kind of at that level. Okay, so we've got the cross concrete beams for supporting the machines and the steel frames for the logistics. So we can bring that up to there. I might actually bring it from there. Because they're still attached to the pole. This is actually lining up much better than my other usual ones where I throw everything together and then figure it out later. So we're going to need some more supports through here for these assemblers. Did we actually not have these lined up? Whoa, I fell down. Oh, look at that. Okay, tear it all down. It's out of... These assemblers are 1 meter offset from the assemblers above them. Literally unplayable. Ah, well, whoops. Maybe I don't take that all the way there because it doesn't need to be. probably should include the constructors, but they already have their own metal beam supports. It'll still need a more concrete outer support though, I think. Actually, no, we're going to nudge it this way because we'll have a different... I know what I'm doing, I think. If I can actually get under it, I think I'll have to get under it. Actually bring a support directly down from there because we've got all this space down here. Okay. A steel frame under here. And that will help support the constructors as well. This is really only supporting that one though, so I could nudge it across into there like that. Although here is better supporting the constructor. Just do that. That'll give at least a metal support for the constructors there. Always looking up is not helping my neck. That's better. It's a bit more solid. We kind of need something to attach that to that. I mean, on the other side, we've just got the whole metal frame down, so we could just bring a metal frame up here. That would actually mirror the other side then. And I've misplaced it. So there we've got constructors being held up by steel ones. The assemblers are being held up by the concrete beams. This is going to be in the way of that. But let's just make that look a little bit more supported. Okay. What we need is we need a concrete pillar in here. Probably need to line it up with that. So we go from here down to the ground. And look, it's missing the constructor. Don't think we need that then, do we? Or if we do, we could make that a metal frame. Just need to lean. Missed. Oh, yay, didn't fall. Well, look, it's the right length. And it perfectly lines up with that. Wow. This is coming together, other than the, the assemblers being by 1 meter from each other. This is coming together reasonably well supported. So it's a bit boxy, but it's also very bricky in structure because there's basically a full floor of machinery on each floor. If the top floor had less on it and was brought in, then we could add some angles to it. But I think as it is, although it is a bit boxy, it is still still pretty good. Okay, so let me save that, because that's at least pretty good for a first pass. Let's have a look from back here. Yeah, it is very boxy, but it's also a bit asymmetrical, which is nice. It should go here. Please let me put it here. Please, Coffee Stain, fix that bug. It's been there so long. Okay, wiring. Now we need to connect all power to somewhere. And as I was saying, now that the pillars are in, hopefully there'll be a decent flow to where to put power connectors such that the cables all flow a decent way. Ooh. Is that diagonal? That's diagonal nudging. Coffee stain, please fix this bug as well. Really want to stick a beam or a support there. Go a meter higher, damn it. Actually, if I nudge it 2 meters higher, I can then bring it down like that. Speaking of crick in the neck. Okay, and that one there. Why is that not? Here we go. Okay, that's pretty neat for those 4 constructors. Another constructor over here.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
And it's dinner time. Hopefully it's dinner time. Is it dinner time? It should have been dinner time. I didn't want it there, but no, I don't want it there. If I put it there, it's going to be weird going around the corner, unless I do round like that. Okay, so that's the bottom one down. I will take a quick break now while the ads run, and I'll have a drink of water. So I will be back in a couple of minutes after this short break. Thanks for watching.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, ads have still got another minute. Does anyone actually get a full 3 minutes of ads? I think I'll just continue wiring things up because it says running a bit late. Okay, so how are we going to do the wiring for these constructors? These are pretty close together. And the assembler's power is there. So we kind of need a beam going across, I think, to have all the power things connected to. I don't want to hit that conveyor though, although we might want to go above the conveyor. Going to use steel beams. I normally use steel beams for power connectors. Actually, we could try one of the new beams, like a H-beam. Actually, I've tried H-beams, and the connectors don't connect into the H-beam. They kind of sit floating on it, so not the H-beams. Let's just go the steel beam. Okay, oh, no, not too far down. I want to figure out a good position for it. Damn it. You know, there's probably a good position for it. Is the height okay? I think the height's okay. Let's build it and get back up there and see if we're in the right place or not. If we go 1 meter across, they could all attach on the same side. Actually, I could just attach them on the bottom. In which case the other type of beam probably would have been fine. No, no, no. Phew. We do not have jetpacks unlocked yet, let alone hover packs. Looking forward to that. That will make things so much easier.
you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just slow silence here, that's all.
I am cabling everything up.
Dangerous things.
Thank you. Okay, maybe I should have taken the assemblers up above into consideration when placing this beam, because their wires are going to have to run down to here anyway, so we're actually going to need a beam lined up with them here. Which I guess that's fine, we could just have 2 power beams. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, that's right. When you're angled above a certain degree, this radial menu is inverted. It's a bug. I need to fix it sometime. Okay, so if I put it... Actually, no, I do want it this side. Don't fall down too far, please. Oh, 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 oh. Fell through the cracks. Okay, from the top there. Oh, See, this really should come down and stick on there. Maybe just bring it straight down. I think I'm going to get rid of this beam and just have slightly angled cables from above. At least there's still just one beam all the way through. Yeah, that's fine. So all the constructors down the bottom are connected through this cable here. Everything else is connected along that power beam through the middle there. Maybe I should have put it on the side of the beam. I think that would be neater. Oh, that's that one. Now the other constructor is actually on the other. Oh, actually, no, that's okay. It's looped around, but it's not clipping. Now, power is on this beam here, so it would make sense to run it from that point downwards. I need a bigger PowerPoint on that one. Yes, dinner is ready. Okay, I'll be out in a few minutes. I have been finally given the call for dinner. Let me just... can I build? I haven't got the Mark II wall outlets, but that's just because I'm lazy and haven't unlocked it, so I've never needed them until this point. That's in the awesome shop. It's interesting, I haven't finished phase 2 and I already have more coupons than I need. Like, I've unlocked most of the things already. Here we go. Power outlets Mark II, yes please.
As Fixit amply demonstrates, you can never
Oh,
have too
missed.
much management.
Now I want specifically a Mark I down below though, so if I drag off from the Mark II, it will make a Mark II down below as well. No, 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 what the? I'm copying power line, not beam, that's the problem. Hi all, hi Burmoke. How are you this evening? Your timing is impeccable. I'm about to take a dinner break. And we have also finished our blueprint to make, what are we making? Versatile frameworks. So this blueprint, all in one, makes versatile frameworks at 10 per minute. So after my dinner break, we will head out to the assembly site, and we will start actually building a factory. Although I don't know if we're going to finish it tonight because it's already pretty late. But at least we're going to put next to each mining outpost. We've got one that makes 4 foundries, which we'll be using to make the steel, a couple of those. And then the iron ingots and steel ingots will feed into this monstrosity to generate versatile frameworks. And then we'll need to figure out how to get them to the space elevator. We haven't got trains yet, so there might be a truck route in the future. But long term, we will have a train out to where it is. Okay, so as I was saying, I need to take a dinner break. Thank you very much for watching so far. So it'll be about 10-15 minutes, and then we will continue with the next phase of this factory continuation. And I really need some like dinner break filler video footage of some sort, don't I? But I don't have any, and I don't have any prepared, so I'm afraid you're going to have to see the BRB screen for the next 15 minutes. And I will be back soon. Thanks.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Alrighty, I've finished my dinner. Strapping myself back into the VR headset. Let's reconnect virtual desktop. Make sure we get rid of the floating cursor. Okay. Dippy, good afternoon, Dippy. How are you? I've just had dinner, and it was a late dinner too. We are in the home stretch of our planned activities for this evening. Actually, before I jump into VR, let me just once more, with feeling, show you the plan. This button. Why is it not switching to it? Oh, hang on, because focus. Come on, I'm trying to switch to Satisfactory modular. There we go, good old Alt Tab. So this is what we're working on. This is the versatile framework blueprint that we've just finished. So we're taking in iron as ingots, and we're taking in steel ingots. And then through a bunch of machines and recipes, we are making a 10 versatile framework per minute. Now this is a project part. You need 1,000 of them for phase 2. So this is why we're trying to scale up our production of these. We've never automated them before. Actually, we've never had to automate them before. But we're going to need more in later phases. So by making a blueprint factory, I can do decent scale now, but also scale it up for future requirements. And now that we've got these blueprint factories ready, we're going to go out into the field and actually set up the rest of the infrastructure with some smelters and some foundries to make these versatile frameworks. So I'm not sure if we're going to get through all of it tonight, But we are using blueprints, and as long as I don't faff too much about the detail and get bogged down in that, we might get it online tonight, but it's already pretty late, so we'll see how we go. Yeah, it's already 9:20 here. Can I do it all in an hour and a half? Actually, good idea. I'm going to save the game before we get too far ahead. Because we are going into hostile territory here. So this is versatile framework blueprints are done. And I've actually got my mic unmuted. Yes, I have. Dippy's watched a streak. 7 stream streak, Dippy. Well done. I'm going to have to put some Ada Smartass comment in there for people who are on a long stream streak. Or do I need to stream more often so that you try and keep up? Okay, so this is our blueprint here that makes the versatile frames. We plug in some steel here and some iron there, and then up the top there it spits out versatile frames. But let's get out and... I did save it, didn't I? Pretty sure I saved it. That would be ironic if I hit clear and I hadn't saved it. So yes, now we've saved it. Right. Now, we're not doing anything at the blue crater for this. We're actually going way that direction. If anyone was watching last Friday's stream, I was scouting out the area then. Now, do I need any stock of stuff? It's always good to take some extra concrete, so I might grab some concrete before we go. Why do I have all these bits and pieces here? Thing is, I'm probably going to pick up more wooden leaves, so if I get rid of the wood and the leaves now, I'll probably just get more of it again. But I know I do not need to take those turbo motors with me. One of the doggos was so kind to find for me, so let's put them away. And let's go check on the doggos before we go out. Timmy's got some crystal oscillators. Timmy knows we like our crystal oscillators. Always good for making big, flashy signs. George has got a nice yellow power slug. Very good, George. And Scratch, copper sheet, Scratch. Totally did not make this part in temporary hand-fed foundation of spaghetti starter factory. I've done ad hoc quickie factories for project parts before. I'm no stranger to that, but given that we're phase 2 and I know I'm going to need a lot more of these later on, I thought I'd do it properly and get a nice scalable factory design go. So, and given that, like, in one session I've made the blueprint, it's been a lot faster than the steel factory to set up, that's for sure. That is, I haven't actually got to building the factory yet, so... and the steel factory, I guess, was up and running in 2 weeks. It's just we spent another 3 weeks doing architecture for it. I don't know if we're going to do as much architecture with this next one. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a zip line, because I need to go get some raw supplies. I really need to upgrade my little concrete factory sometime. It is very bare bones. Given how shiny everything else is that we've been building. Let's just grab a few more concrete. That should be tons. No, they're not going to get as far. We need to get some steel beams from the steel factory. I mean, yes, I do have them in the depot, but concrete and steel beams I like to have more of because I tend to go through them very quickly. Especially when starting a new factory, when you're slapping down concrete everywhere for foundations. That should be enough. Look, I've even got 6 frames from our tests. See, I'd get rid of the animal bits as well, but we're probably going to pick up more animal bits too. And I just realised that those crystal oscillators are still there. Tough. We're heading that way. Pay no attention to that slug. Probably actually need to go... I don't know if I can get through there. I probably should head up. Ugh, not killer bees. I'm just going to run past and ignore them. Oh crap, spiders! Oops. How persistent we reckon those spiders are. Ah, not very persistent. You know what, I just realized I need power where I'm going, so it would actually make a lot of sense to just build a power line out there and then zip line the whole way. Oh crap, there's a big spider there. I don't think he saw me. I don't know if I have a power tower on this side of the basics factory yet. I don't know if I can go that way, so let's go this way. Well, that was a bit of a marathon. We're back here. Excuse me. Okay. I feel this should go behind that factory. But I can always rebuild. Let's just do a quick transport run. And we will figure out a neater power conduit later on. Did I connect to it? Yes, I did connect to it. It's not going to let me get far enough. See, a better way would have been to go across the top there rather than through here. Oh, missed. Can I get up there? Apparently not. See, look at all that concrete and beams. I'm going to run out of wire probably at this rate. I didn't bring any extra wire. May regret that. I think that right side might be a trap. This left side might be a trap. Am I going to miss it? Oh, I just nipped it. Okay, so we are looking for coal and we're looking for iron. Yep, so there's a pure coal and it's these crappy iron down there that we're going to be using. So this is kind of where we need to build it. But we were going to need both the normal and the pure coal because my belt speed isn't fast enough. Multiplayer, do other players see hand movements, or it is only displayed on the client? At the moment, hand movements are only displayed on the client. Doing multiplayer sync of hand gestures is very much on the I wish I could do that list. But I haven't figured out the details yet, and I haven't spent the time investment trying to figure it out yet. It has not been a priority yet. Partly because, you know, I've been busy and been busy playing the game. But yes, I definitely would like to get hand gestures or hand movements visible in multiplayer. Ah, radiation, no! Oh, quick, quick, quick. Okay, it's not very big radiation. That is terrible placement. Oh, glad that tree didn't knock me off. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I didn't think there would be a nuclear hog guarding impure iron nodes. I wonder if I could Novelisk him. Not with two Novelisks, I don't think. Where is my iron that I'm looking for? All over that direction. Okay. I guess we're fighting a nuclear hog with a rebar gun. Actually, you know what? I was going to make a bunker, and I haven't. A bunker would have been useful. Oh, crap. There's another one behind. Oh boy, this is gonna be bad. Ah, come on. There's another alpha there. That threw off my groove.
That was careless.
That was careless. You're right. I don't know if I have spare rebar ammo already made, because I've only got one shot. I have the rebar gun, but not the rebar ammo. Maybe I should make a quick bunker blueprint. Or a cage blueprint at least. Does anyone by chance know when the 1.2 update is planned? It will be next year, they've said. So they've said it, well, they said it won't be this year, so yeah, not exactly sure when. Basically, at this stage, Coffee Stain are working on the console release and updating for Fixmas, which is the Christmas special event thing that Satisfactory does each year. So I suspect they're working on 1.2, but it'll be on a different branch at the moment until they have all the Fixmas stuff out of the way. Okay, could have gone more than 3 out. 5 out? Yep. I mean, I probably could have made it a little bigger. But this is fine. Now the problem with making this is this take silicate. Oh, it's all in the depot, so it shouldn't be a problem to make this hurriedly because it's basic materials. Do you want a glass roof? Oh, that's small. I think last time I did it, it was slightly bigger. Let's try moving it out one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See, there's a slight gap there. Unless I do 5.5. Definitely wasn't 5.5 the last time I did this design. Because there wasn't half a nudge. Come on. Maybe I should make it slightly higher. can't I rotate? I must have locked. That's a bit of a bigger hole for getting into and or out of it. Do I put a ladder there? The idea here is you can either put this down on top of something that is not very nice, or you can hide yourself in it as protection. Oh, almost fell over. Okay, so the other thing is... No, don't delete that. We're going to need that. If we put a door in it... Theoretically, we should be able to use the door and they shouldn't. No, I deleted it. Damn it. Can you shoot through conveyor walls? Can they shoot through conveyor walls? Okay, we can. Is 2 holes too many then? I think perhaps we just go with a 1 single hole. Fudgicles 37. I'm not sure about conveyor walls, but you can put 1 meter wall, shoot through 1 meter wall. 1 meter wall? Put 1 meter wall. Not sure what you mean. Or do you mean like angled walls? Because the other thing is I could do pillars. Stack them with a break in between. Yes. So have thin walls with scaps. Yes, yes, I could. I could also just do like I could have like not beams. Pillars. I could have pillars with a gap between them. Although beams might actually be a little better. Could a hog get through there? Oh, no, that's going to have 2 beams. Let's try it. We got a single hole, we got a door, we got some pillars and beams. Let's try it and see what we can get through and what the baddies can get through. And I've just realized the door is not facing forward, so the whole symmetry is wrong. So rotate it. So we have the door at the front. That way we know which way around the door is actually going to face. Although, do we want the door at the back? Interesting. Anyway, this is just a temporary. We can make this better and fancier later on. Let's just save as bunker. That's kind of my adventuring bar. Don't know why I've got rail. Maybe just because building rails. Okay, so we should be able to go 9. We should go to a bunker and just drop it down. And then we'll see if they come out the door because the door is facing us. Right, our health is fully regenerated. We have 95 shots in the rebar gun. Let's head back out there. We still have no radiation suit because we're still early game. Why there's a nuclear hog near impure iron nodes, I'm not sure. Coffee Stain's sense of humor? I could also rebuild the towers that are closer to the danger zone because landing right in radiation. Yes, there's radiation on that rock. That is a terrible place to put that. So let's actually go further up that way. Should at least be hopefully away from it. Hey, look, it's right near the coal we need to be. Okay, still not great. There are probably better places to build this. One of the reasons I wanted to build it here is because I've never built over here. Oh, there's nitrogen, that's why it's protected that. Okay. Where's my gear? There should be a death crate, and it's not showing up on the radar. Oh, there it is down there. Okay, there's radiation. Where was he? Is that the radiation guy or the other guy? That's the normal guy. Maybe there's just bits of radiation down here. I can't see him though. Tell you what, I'm just going to jump off. Oh, that's way above the ground. That's not going to protect me at all. What the heck? Oh my god. Why is that radioactive? It was super radioactive right where my death chest was, which is not useful. Okay, so the door opens when he comes near it. I'm hoping he's too big to fit through. I'm just putting a towel here so I can quickly make a quick getaway. So yeah, I don't think we're going to finish that factory quite tonight. If we can secure the area, that might be enough, I think. Because yeah, there's the... I mean, yeah, if I ping the iron, it's there, directly below us, one there, and one under this guy. So we do need to clear this guy out. But why is it so radioactive where my death grade is? Okay, that's more at ground level. So you can lower it down further. I should have built it up a little bit, so you can lower it into the ground more. Unless the hog is under the ground. Now let's take care of this guy first. See, I'm not getting radioactive near this guy, so I think this guy is possibly a sulfur one. Is he going to make it? Oh, okay. That's fair. Cop that one in the face, in the gut. Okay, I think this might be a little narrower. Well, it looks about the same. There we go, he's down. Up there he is. There. Okay. He is contained. Greetings, programs. Hello, Orange44. How are you going? Oh, of course there's stingers here. Oh, there he is. Nope. See, these guys, we go back a long way. I hear another one jumping. I wonder if he's below us. So, impure iron nodes protected by alpha hogs. Sulfur, I think he was a sulfur hog in there. And stingers, I think it's coming in nighttime. Maybe that's why the stingers are coming. Oh, there was a stinger just fell down. Thing is, I have no idea why it is super radioactive right where my death chest is. And I wonder if it's an after effect of the death. I played this game way back in the earliest version, but too much dev time nowadays. As in, you're doing too much development time? I'm tempted to try and take out the nuclear one. Oi! Rude! Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap! One! Maybe! 2/3 be too fast. Ah. Ah. You're pretty head down for last year. Say our Steam game. Ah, okay. What Steam game are you working on? I certainly know what that can be like because I'm the developer of this VR mod for Satisfactory, and I spent 18 months pretty much working on it to get it to the point where it is now. And I didn't have a lot of time to play Satisfactory at that point, so I've kind of paused development and I'm taking some time to actually play the game for the first time since 1.0 released. Yeah, they're so disgusting, they're awesome. Like they are, stingers are the scariest horror creature out of any game I've come across. And they're in a factory building game. DCF Digital Creative Framework. Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with that one. Do not need to take computers with me back to the death arena. Maybe I should just like box that entire valley in with concrete. Okay, so I've got some rebar shots. I should still have health inhalers on me. One of these times I'm actually going to get to the point where I'll get an inhaler off before I get killed. It's like, do I use one now? Nah. I'd like to at least get the iron miners and smelters down on the ground tonight. And if we do that, then all these creatures should hopefully not respawn. Look at all the towers everywhere. What's the safest way to get there? Oh, I'm glad I had landed that grip. Okay. No, you didn't say anything wrong. I'm just unfamiliar. Ziplining in VR is lots of fun, yes. There's my death crate with not much in it. Where did those bloomin' stingers go? Great, I just picked up leaves. Where are they? Where's the sun coming out? There's my body. Where are they? It's still dark. They should be around here somewhere. Hello, Stingers. He made it out. Let's build a wall. That always works, right? Quick lookout tower is your go-to way to gain unfair advantage over aggressive fauna. Yeah, I suppose I could drop out a lookout tower. Love to pick your brain about the VR you did here. Could be applied to DCF. We are running 561. Sure, or jump on the Flat to VR Discord. Orange. The Flat to VR Discord, there are some groups there for the discussion of this mod. So that's the best place to kind of find where I am and get in contact with me that way. I'm happy to share some knowledge and give some ideas. I don't know if I can help out specifically, but there's one. Damn it. There, eat that. I need ladders on the outside here. If I had a jetpack, I'd be fine, but just going to hide in here a second, let my health regen. If you go to flat2vr.com, that will take you to the Flat2VR Discord, which is, there'll also be a link in the mod page for this mod, which if you're on YouTube, so if you look in the YouTube description of this video, there'll be a link to the mod page, and that should, I think, link to the Flat2VR Discord. And there's an SF join channel there, which is the Satisfactory mod join. So if you go into there and hit join, you'll have access to the other Satisfactory community channels in there. Maybe I should just suck it down and have a inhaler. Play it safe. So there's probably at least one stinger out here. And they seem particularly stealthy at the moment. There he is. Again, I'm used to like having a zippy jetpack. It's much easier to dodge these guys when you have a zippy jetpack. Why are they so quiet? Maybe he fell down again. There he is. Got him. Okay, that's one ridiculously annoying threat down. That guy is behind the Great Wall. I'm going to assume he can't get through there. Yep, there's another one. Bloody hell, how many of these are there? Oh, I think he's stuck. And those are just the medium ones. Oh, jeez. Let's build something. Gets the adrenaline pumping a bit. Now I'm going to need 8 of these. There is one on my other radioactive corpse. So if I make just 7 now, like even if I get 3 of the 4 miners down, so smelters blueprint. Oh, that's right. It didn't go in the right category. Smelters times 4. That's the wrong way around. That's better. I'm not going to be particularly fussy about positioning. I just want to get these online. That may or may not be the right height. It is not the right height, but at this stage, I'm not too fussed. I just want to get these ticking away. We can always come back and, you know, it's a blueprint, so it's very easy to rebuild another time. And this we were going to overclock, and all my shards are on my body in the radioactive pile of goo. But this will basically take in 120 total. So we need to overclock that at 200%. And here we will have iron. Except that power station is right where the other one has to go, so we're short-lived. Let me guess, it's clipping to the rock? Yes, it is. That's okay. Nope. I want to connect from the lower part, please. That's better. Oh. Okay, 2 down. I think that one's there, And then there's the one in the pile of radioactiveness. Or is it just beyond? See, I don't know why. Oh, hang on. It's gone. Maybe it was a temporary area of effect. Last time I stepped up here, I got absolutely smashed by radiation. Make sure there's no actual uranium in there. That would be nice. I'm tempted to leave one of those built here as a reminder. This is so flat here. It's like, this is easy mode building. Yeah, that one's a little lower over there, but I reckon I can still have the miner at the same height. Now, is this wide enough to fit 2 sets of our smelter blueprints? I mean, we could just turn them sideways, I guess. Yeah, I don't think they're going to fit that way. So if I do them this way... If I have them facing in towards each other, that might be a bit more symmetrical. Even though they will be separately belted for now. That's interesting. Oh, this is going to clash. Yeah, well, whoops. I suspect that will not be permissible clipping. this is totally blocking the output of the ore, so I'm totally going to have to rebuild this. Why is it not snapping? There we go. You know what? I'm going to rebuild this now. It's not going to take long. So we got lots of room the other way, so we should have brought it right over here. Actually, we've got power slugs now, so we've got shards. We can properly overclock these to 200% each. And we will have our full output of iron online. You won't need that much iron. Now I'm second guessing the plan. Let me check the plan again. I need 411 total. Ah, yes, that's right. This blueprint doesn't require much iron, but the steel requires a ton of iron, so and later on when we bring this stuff online we'll need more iron. So yes, it will be for, what do we put them in? Impure 200%. Yep. Okay. And this is I think the first time I've used impure nodes by choice. Well, not by choice. It's like there's good coal in this area, and there's enough iron here to suit my needs. So, yeah. Usually I avoid impure nodes because they are inefficient. Okay. It is 20 past 10. And the next ad break is in 30 minutes. Okay, we've got a time to do a bit of a wrap up. I'm not going to do the full-on coal and steel production at the moment. But I can maybe clear where those coal nodes are. I think they're over that side. Okay, one's right there. I think the pure one is over there, though. Actually, quick, let's look at the map. Yeah, pure one's right there. And if we had fast enough belts, that would be enough. But we've only got Mark 3 belts. So we're going to have to use that one over there as well. And I'm not sure... I might just build the steel as like a second floor in this area. So make this whole valley here the ore production. And then we can maybe suspend the actual factory over the void, because, you know, I'm not going to fall off and slip to my doom at all, am I? Who put the ladder on that side? I'm not going to be able to reach it from here, am I? Nope. Okay, but if I build the tower itself... Again, this is still temporary, but at least I'm putting the ladder at a side that I can actually get to without falling into the void. So I should be able to connect from the top up to there. Okay, so iron production is online. Oh, this isn't nerve-wracking at all. I've never slipped off a zip line trying to get on in the first place. I think this side might be safer. Just don't let go. And don't get punted off by those bastards. Well, here's a coal. And stupid radioactive... Ah. I'm stuck on the ladder. Man, that stuff has a long range. I thought there's the alpha. I think he's inside. Whoops. Is he dead or just tumbling? I think he's dead. I think this one's a sulfur one, not a nuke at least. He's not pinging nuke off me currently. Whoa, whoa. He's out. Did he get out through the hole at the top? Did he climb the tree? It looked like he climbed the tree. Okay, well, okay. So if I build a miner here, I don't need to build a full thing, but if I just build the miner, that will help. Oh, what do you mean there's deposit nearby? Is there stuff on top I need to hand chip away? Doesn't look like it's loose on top. There's something below it. Okay, there's something below it. Production miner mark 2. Ah, I didn't build the extra ones. Great, so if I line it up with the square, it's actually rising up a bit. Okay, that is 120 out. I do need to overclock it because I need 480 total, so I need 2 lots of 240. So yeah, let's overclock it now. Okay. And the pure node, where's that one hiding? I think it's that one. Yep. And 2 hogs there. Yeah, that'll do. Not going to get in there and particularly set it up fully tonight. I just want to get the pieces in place, then it should be all full steam ahead next session to fully deck out the factory. So as long as the wildlife doesn't come back, the factory should be pretty straightforward to construct. At least functionally. If we get bogged down in architecture, it might take a while. Okay, all the miners are online. The iron ore is being made into iron ingots. And then we will combine that with the raw coal to make solid steel. And we will then pump the iron and steel into our blueprint to make the frames. But that will be next time, because it is very late and I'm afraid of heights. I think I'm gonna have to swap to the other line. Oh, and I missed it. There's a little hole there. Ah, purple slug. Good one, Scratch. George has been hunting spitters again. Ooh, interesting, Timmy. Cooling systems. I think we might need those for a hard drive unlock. I've got 36, but I think there was more than that, so I wonder if 54 is enough. Okay. So I'm going to leave it there for tonight. That was a pretty productive session. We made 3 blueprints, actually 4 blueprints. We made, actually I can show you, we made the smelters blueprint, which is 4 smelters in a reasonably compact design with the input and the output on the same side. So you can extend this further down if you want, and they'll stack. So that's a general purpose blueprint. We made a general purpose blueprint with 4 foundries on it. I would have gone 6, but again, we're limited by belt speed. And because the primary thing we're making here is steel ingots, 4 is going to make 240 steel. And any more of that is going to go above our Mark III belt capacity. But this is what we'll work with for the factory. So those are general purpose ones. We built the bunker, and we also built a all-in-one factory for versatile frameworks. So you stick the steel ingots and the iron ingots in here. So the steel comes in the bottom here. Oops. And the iron you stick in there, and then you get 10 versatile frames per minute out of that hole there. Haven't figured out how to stack this. Side by side would certainly work easiest because you can just pass the steel and the iron through. But this playthrough I have been experimenting with vertically stacking, so I might see if I can stick 2 on top of each other and see how that goes. Although that sort of makes these lined up not so great. But that's what we've done tonight. So thank you very much for watching. I will now see if there's someone that I recognise to raid out to. Yeah, we've got a few viewers still watching, so I'll see if there's someone to raid onto. I normally stream on Fridays. This is a Saturday for me currently. Bye, Merc. Thanks for hanging out. but sometimes Saturday, and I have been unwell lately, so Friday I was exhausted, so that's why you get a Saturday stream today. So sometimes I stream today, other times I will stream Fridays. Usually Satisfactory, sometimes No Man's Sky. So far, always in VR. I haven't streamed anything not VR yet. So thank you very much for watching, and the VODs will be up both on Twitch and YouTube if you missed anything else and want to go back and look at earlier parts of it. Okay, let me just take my headset off. Actually, I'm going to save the game. I always forget to save the game, so let me do that first. Save file name. And it was Versatile Framework. And I will exit to desktop. Okay, right, let's see if there's someone to raid to. Just taking the headset off. Oh, stiff shoulders. Anyone I'm following? It's people I'm following. They're not really playing Satisfactory or VR though. Let's see if there's some names I recognise streaming Satisfactory. I'm not recognising any of those people. I mean, I'm sure they're all lovely people, but I don't know that for sure. So I think I would prefer to not raid a random unless someone knows someone that they can recommend. Hi, Frack, we're just logging out. Yes, you'll have to catch up in the VOD. But don't worry, your stream streak is safe. Yep, okay, so yes, next stream should be next Friday, similar time, wrapping up similar time next Friday. So everyone have a great weekend. Thanks very much. Hope you've enjoyed what you've seen. And again, if you missed everything like Frack, the VODs will be online for you to go back and watch other stuff. Have a good one. Good night.